Well, well. How are you doing? How are you doing, chat? Nice to see you. Nice to see you all there. How are my levels? How are my sound levels? Am I too loud? Is the music too loud? I'm streaming in the daytime. It's literally midday in the UK right now. And yeah, I'm streaming in the day for once. I normally stream 12 hours from now at midnight. But yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you shared the R-Type animation to all your retro gamer groups. Thank you. Yeah, people seem to quite like it. The R-Type shot. I would like to do more. I would like to do more games. Probably more arcade games. If I did any more. It's all about finding the time, though, isn't it? I'm so busy. I'm working on this at the moment. So I've shaded one frame. How many frames is this? Hold on. So this is. Oh, one moment. It's not letting me scroll across. Let's move some of my tools around here. Wow. Yeah, I normally work in a different. I have things on the screen in a different order normally, but for streaming I move them around a bit. So there we go. So this is 208 frames long, this animation, and I've shaded one frame of it. So I'm in the process of. One moment. I'm in the process of shading the rest of it. So here's what it looks like. Ignore that one frame of colour there for a moment. So yeah, it's 18 frames per second. It's a bit of a long one. 208 frames is usually pretty long for one of my shots. So we've just got to shade it now. We've got to colour and shade it. So what I'm doing is I'm doing it all in orange first. I'm doing it in a monochrome colour, and then I'll put the colours on later using a kind of shortcut that I've developed. Did I develop it? I don't know. Something I figured out. I'm using TV Paint, and TV Paint's got some really nice colour replacement features. So if I shade the whole thing first in orange like this, then I'll be able to very quickly put the proper colours on at the end. So yeah, we're just shading. We're just shading. I'm gonna probably rotoscope. Did I rotoscope it? How to answer? Yes and no. Yes and no. So what I did was I took some footage of myself walking up to a counter to pick up a bowl and whatnot, and I used about 10 keyframes of that. And obviously I had to change the size of the arms and everything. You know, those 10 keyframes were just for reference. And you know, I obviously had to put the character head on and everything. And so then I extrapolated those 10 keyframes once I'd inked them into 208, you know, kind of smooth and secondary movements. Because this kind of thing's really hard. I find character acting. I think I've said on streams before, I can do spaceships blowing up quite easily. That's not really a problem for me. I can do lasers and fire effects and plasma and stuff like that. And even fighting scenes, like I can rotate a camera 360 degrees around a character whilst being, you know, punched by another character. But someone walking up to a table and picking up a bowl is really, really hard. Like really, really hard for me. So yeah. Oh yeah, that video, all of those rotoscope footages are long gone, because to do it properly, yeah, you can't really be wearing any clothes, so it's just me walking around in my pants doing stuff. Yeah, no, I try and show on Patreon the process of going, you know, from obviously I don't show any really embarrassing footage of me in my pants, but I show, you know, from the hold on, let me see if I've got anything. Bear with me a moment. Bear with me a moment. Let me see. Let's see what we got here. Just looking through my secret folders here. Chat amongst yourselves. Yeah, any kind of character, any character acting or anything like that is really hard, because, you know, if a spaceship blows up and it doesn't look identically like a real spaceship blowing up, you can probably get away with it. But if a character walks and that walk doesn't, because, you know, you as a human being see people walking millions of times a day, so you can tell if a walk isn't right, or if someone isn't sitting down right, or so those things, yeah. Or if someone's coming to a stop in front of a door or something and they're stopping too quickly, you can tell if it looks wrong. I know I've got a folder here with like with progress shots in it, but I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. Nope, not there. It's not in show reels. What's in raw renders? Nothing is in my raw renders folder. I'm sure this is very exciting for you, chat, isn't it? Is it watching a watching a technical difficulty screen whilst I describe folders that I'm looking in? If my throat sounds a bit weird today, I've got a cold. Don't worry, I don't think it's the virus. I don't think it's the virus. I took a test a couple of days ago and it was negative. So yeah, unless I've caught it in the meantime. Bah. Anyway, let's get back to this. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it so far. This film that I'm working on at the moment it's the longest thing I've ever done. It's not just spaceships blowing up. It's, you know, an actual story. It's about 20 minutes, I believe. I think we're coming up to 20 minutes. It's about 90% done, and it's mostly one character on a ship on her own. Oh, thank you, Connor. Thank you, Connor, for the $5 gift of sandwiches. Much appreciated. But yeah, because it's one character on their own. It's pretty much all character. It's all walking, sitting down, character acting, talking, that kind of thing. So it's the hardest thing I've ever done, but I think it's looking better than anything I've done before. I do think it's probably the best thing I've done. I mean, obviously, if you're into Star Wars, TIE Fighter will probably always be your favourite thing that I've done, I think. Yeah. This is, you know, just kind of the rough cut is 20 minutes, so a few more minutes might be added here and there if I elongate shots or add in extra things. So it might well end up being 25 minutes, even half an hour. I've certainly been working on it for a while. So we're zoomed into 126% here. So don't worry about any pixels that you can see. No one's going to see that in the final film. We'll be zoomed right out. Indeed, streaming in the daytime. I just uploaded a picture to Patreon. Don't know if anyone saw it. I got it in Photoshop here. Here it is. It's this JoJo's picture. Well, I say JoJo's, but it's actually Dio bowling. Dio and his best friend Freezer just bowling, you know, just bowling like you do. Yeah, I've got like you can see the lines, and you can turn all the logos off and stuff in the Photoshop file. Turn these dust scratches off. Turn background off. So anyone on Patreon in the, I believe, $10 tier, that'll be going out as a postcard to you very soon. Yeah, the only thing that tells that it's not a real cover is that the aspect ratio is wrong. Obviously, Sega Saturn covers were, you know, just completely square shaped, and that's postcard resolution. But I don't know, I guess you could say it's a poster or something. But yeah, what I was gonna say is, it's midday, so it's early. So I'm just gonna do this all day, I think. My plan is to just keep going for hours, so if you're not doing anything, feel free to join me. There's 28 of us here right now. Let's see if anyone else joins in the next few hours. Yeah, oh, definitely by the end of the year. Definitely it'll be finished by the end of the year. We're hoping 6 months. We're hoping 6 months, but the good thing about working for yourself is that you can take an extra month or two if it'll really benefit the film, you know, to just, you watch the whole, because we won't know until we watch the whole thing at the end, me and Mackie. We won't know if it needs like a little bit of pacing here and there, if it needs like something trimming, something adding. So, you know, always add it a couple of months on just to really fine-tune stuff if you can. Sometimes it's easier just to draw one line at a time across the whole thing like that, I find. But yeah, let's see how we do today. Let's see how much we get done. It is Tuesday. It is. Well, I haven't talked for a long time, so I'm finding my mouth is just like made out of cotton wool. It's Tuesday, which is normally when I post on Patreon. But I'll do this today and post tomorrow because I've got something I finished today. What's this? Oh, thank you very much, Wiz. $10. That's some good sandwich funds already, look. How many people doing this animation and background? Ed, it's me! I'm doing all the backgrounds and all the animation, and Mackie is helping. Mackie's helping with anatomy and things, so I show her every shot, and she helps with the timing and any anatomy because she's just much better at drawing people than I am. And now that we're getting into the coloring phase, she's helping out with some of the coloring as well. So she's just kind of waiting for her tablet to get fixed. She's using a kind of weird jury-rigged system, so she's on a Mac that's running boot camp to trick it into thinking that it's a PC, which is giving some trouble. But yeah, once she gets around that, then Mackie will be colouring shots as well. She's coloured a few already, actually, and they look very nice. Because when I colour a shot, you know, I've been working on it every frame. I've been working for several days on a shot, and so when I see the finished shot, it doesn't look like anything to me. It just looks like just a thing. It doesn't look impressive at all. But when you see someone else colour a shot, you're seeing the whole thing, the whole finished thing in one go. And so when I see shots that Mackie has coloured, I'm just seeing them completely from scratch, and it's always like really nice. to actually see something and be like, oh, that looks really good actually, because I've never in my life looked at anything that I've done and gone, that looks really good actually. Oh, who's Aaron Blaze? I don't. It's one of those things where you'd expect me, like, being into anime like I am, especially 80s anime, that I would know the names of directors, and obviously I do some here and there, but nowhere near as much as like a lot of otaku types who are, you know, telling you like the name of the producer of this episode of Bubblegum Crisis and whatnot. Like that's and you know that's for Japan. That's for the stuff that I'm really interested in. So I'm terrible with names of people in the Western animation industry. Disney Animator, okay. Say what you like about Disney, they're very, very good. Very good at 2D animation. Very, very good. Will we ever get any more 2D Disney animation? I just wish, and I mean I understand that it isn't the Disney way, but I just wish, like with that level of quality that you got from Disney in the golden age of Disney, I just wish that they could have done some, you know, some more stuff like Dark Cauldron, which obviously flopped for reasons. More stuff that didn't have to be for kids completely. And you know, I know that's how Walt wanted it, but you look at anime from the same period and it's just like, wow, they're able to cover so many different topics and things. And if Disney wasn't completely chained to this, it has to be kid friendly. Like with that level of quality, it would have been really nice to see. Because I mean, you look at the live action films that Disney made, and you've got stuff like The Black Hole, which is one of my favourite movies of all time. I mean, imagine an animated black hole. That would have been incredible. Not saying Disney have to do RoboCop, you know, it doesn't have to be a complete ultra violence, but they did stuff in their live action films that they would never allow in the 2D films. Oh, he did Lion King, Mulan, and a lot more. Right. There was someone on Twitter posting a shot of the G-Police trailer. I don't know if anyone's seen it. It's a game on the PlayStation, original PlayStation. It has this ridiculously well animated 2D advert for the game that was shown on TV. And someone was posting it on Twitter saying, I need to know the animator who did this. And it was Peter Chang, obviously, Aeon Flux guy. I mean, holy shit, he's legit one of the best animators I've ever seen. Not just in terms of animation, making things move smooth, but like that shading style and his color choices and everything. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. And apparently he teaches at universities now. I just want him to, I don't know, do a Kickstarter or something and just make a show. I want more stuff from him. He's very good. He's very, very good. Yeah, because it's not midnight right now, I'm able to talk out loud into a microphone on my desk here, which is quite nice. Got to have the headphones on. So let me know if the sound volume, the sound balance, if music's too loud, I'm too loud, anything like that. Looking at these metrics on my screen on the left here, it tells me various metrics for the stream that's going on right now. It says we've got 19 viewers, and this stream, which has been going on for 27 minutes, has had 348 playbacks. What does that even mean? What does that mean, and how is that possible? How does that even translate? I don't understand. I'd be far too intimidated to be in Peter Chang's class. Probably be like, okay, so here's your homework for the day. You've got to animate a character walking, and everyone would be able to do it, and I wouldn't. They'd all have probably learned the basics of animation, whereas I learned to draw Star Destroyers blowing up, and never learned the basics until now. I did it all backwards. So yeah, just a nice, quiet, chill stream. Let's just shade for the afternoon, shall we? I don't know how I used to colour without masking options. Like, so this layer underneath is just filled with base colour, and I've turned the mask on. That's this button here. So with the mask off, anything I do in this layer. Oh, 1 second. So with the mask off, anything I do will just be all over the screen. If I turn the mask on, it only draws inside that area. It's so nice. It's just so nice. What's this? $10 from Z-Man. Been studying to draw and animate so I can make animated high Zacks, sexy Zacks. Use pent up ideas. Remember to inspire me to keep going no matter how much tech school work hold me down. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I hope that one day you realize your dream and can animate in glorious 4-tone shading a Barzam refined type from Gundam Sentinel. You can make it as sexy as you want. Just show me it. I mean, that's again though, like I was saying how I started off maybe animating stuff a little bit too complicated, doing space battles and stuff when I should have been, learning how characters work and whatnot. You're going the same route by the sound of it. Animating Zacks, I mean, they're pretty tricky. They're pretty tricky to do. Just drawing them is hard enough. Animating them, I mean, obviously for animation you can simplify them a bit. Even in 0083, Stardust Memory, they kind of simplify the looks of the mechs to make them feasible for animation, I guess. Thank you, Ed. See you again. I heard the described layer feature called lock transparency. Yeah, maybe that's a everything. All different programs all have different names for the same thing, don't they? What is it if we hover over it? Yeah, so they call it stencil here, but it's just a because I started with Photoshop. It's just a mask to me. Yeah, I drew a Zaku for one of the postcards for Patreon, and it was tricky. It was very tricky. It's the first time I've ever drawn a Zack, so it's one of those things where you get one detail wrong and it just looks wrong. It just looks wrong. Like, people can tell that's no longer a Zaku. Is it a Zaku? No, it's a Zaku 2, I think we're thinking of. Nobody talks about the Zaku 1. How do you pronounce it, chat? Do you pronounce it Zak or Zaku? And if you pronounce it Zaku, why don't you pronounce the Gundam Gundamu? Ah, you see? Reminds me, I think, don't know if Rick will show up for the stream, but I should be watching some Gundam at Rick's place tomorrow. I need to check if we're still on for that. We will be watching, I believe, 0080 War in the Pocket. Either my favourite or my second favourite Gundam ever, I think. Thank you. See you in another 5 years then. I expect to see some Zacks when you return. He's going into the mountains to do intensive training. He's going to sit under a waterfall with a graphics tablet animating. Out into the wilderness. You can be sure that I'll use that $5 for only the finest decaffeinated cheap Tesco brand coffee. I've got a coffee here actually. If you hear me drinking, that'll be why. Okay, I'll hold you to that. I'm not planning on dying, but I mean, Yeah, yeah, I should be fine. God willing, I'll be here in 5 years. Am I planning to send it to any film contests? I don't actually know any film contests. Yeah, I don't know any film contests, so I wouldn't know where to show it, where to send it rather. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. You never know. I would definitely like to do some conventions. I mean, so it'll be finished this year, and hopefully by the end of the year, hopefully this COVID madness will have died down a bit, perhaps, and travel will be a bit easier. I did just come back from the US. I was in the US for the second time in my life, but the first time in like 20 years or something. But yeah, travel was very tricky with having to do all the tests and having to pay for the tests as well. Well, hello, how's it going? But yeah, so I would like to do some cons in the US, maybe. Because it's not super long on a plane from the UK to the US. I'm used to not used to, like I do it all the time, but definitely a couple of times there and back to Australia and Japan. And I mean that's about the furthest away you can get from the UK. So they were super long flights. But America was only like 6 hours. So, you know, you watch 3 films and you're there. So it was pretty good actually. You watch 3 movies and you're there. The only problem is with watching movies on an aeroplane is my hearing is absolutely terrible, and you know, with the rumble of the engines underneath, you can't hear shit when you're watching a film really. So I need subtitles, and you'd think, what with everything having subtitles now, that anything you watch on a plane would have subtitles, but no, not really. There was a special section. I was on Virgin Atlantic, and there was a special section for subtitled films. They had to have a special section for it, and there were only about 5 films in there. Yeah, Dragon Con could be interesting. Atlanta is where Mackie lives, so that would be very convenient. That's where I just came back from, actually, Atlanta. Oh, Cobra Kai, yeah. Yeah, highly recommended. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Well, Drekkie's here. Welcome. September, yeah. I mean, who knows? I have no idea. No one has any idea, do they? Like, looks like cases are down, and then it's lockdowns again. So I mean, we just have to wait and see. I guess it's completely at the mercy of whatever governments decide to do, really. If they decide it's 2 more years, then it's 2 more years, I suppose. I mean, I'm quite lucky in that it hasn't really affected my life very much. I mean, I've always just been in my room animating, and that's what I'm doing now. So I have a cold at the moment, but that's because I rather foolishly went out last weekend. Haha! Ada is here. Hello! 5:30 AM. Guess it's got to be 5:30 somewhere. Is that in the US? Hold on. Hold on. I can tell you exactly what time it is in the US using the power of my phone. It's coming up on 7:45 in the morning in the US. Yeah, not so much since I got back from the place, but before going to America I would sometimes forget how big the place is, because it's bloody huge, isn't it? So, you know, no wonder there are multiple time zones within one country when it's that size. I do miss Mackie driving me around at 3 in the morning. Like driving to gas stations and getting takeout? Just getting like junk food and stuff. That was very comfy. Oh, well, yoroshiku na? 俺は I haven't spoken Japanese in many years. So, 全然忘れちゃった日本語。単語はすっかり忘れちゃった。It's gone. 難しいよな、日本語。聞き取りは一番難しいと思うけど、もちろん単語もTango is very difficult. That's vocabulary chat, and it's okay knowing sentence structure, knowing grammar and everything. But if you don't know the vocab, then you're kind of screwed. And I was frequently screwed. ありがとうな。Yeah, it's been years since I spoke Japanese. I was in Japan. I lived in Japan for a year. I was 留学した。I'm bad with numbers as well. The only number I know is... Hold on, what is it from Hokuto no Ken? 1990X nen. I know how to say the date like that. 2004. I was at 中央大学に留学した。楽しかった。美味しかった。中央大学の food court? What's food 食堂 area? It had a really big food court. 中央 did 4 floors of different dining areas, and I had katsudon every day, and it was fantastic. It's the best katsudon I've ever tasted. It was at Chuo Daigaku. So yeah, 4年間しか勉強しなかったから下手な日本語を許してくれ。Oh, I love katsudon. I love katsudon so much. Everyone, all the other gaijin, they all go on about sushi and oh, sushi's so good, sushi this, sake that. Nah, it's katsudon all the way. Katsudon and umeshu. Indeed, yeah, we got R-Type in the background here.
Let's go.
Learning through Kanwa. Before I even start looking at the grammar can be knocked out easy. It's a vocab trips. Yeah. Very, very true, outsider. I mean, as with any language, it's one of those things where you just have to be in the country and pick it up. Unfortunately, I'm terrible at languages. And like any, you can learn at university level Japanese, and then you'll go to Japan, and things that people say won't make any sense because they're slang, or they're, you know, like an idiom or like a proverb or something that makes absolutely no sense. Like, there's no way you can translate it, because even if you translate it literally, it makes no sense. So the amount of times I was translating manga to like help learn whilst I was there. I was translating manga for myself and reading it, and the amount of times a character would say like a proverb or something that would just mean nothing. It would mean nothing in English, and I'd have to ask a Japanese friend, like, what does this mean? And they would explain it, and I'd be like, oh right, okay, I get it now. But there's no way you could sit on a desert island on your own and try and work that out as an English speaker for 5 years, and you'd never work out what it meant. Yeah, the size of the US is, it's tricky, yeah. You can drive from one end of the UK to the other in like a day. It's not really a problem. I mean, it was always really weird to me when I heard that Americans just, you know, took planes to fly to different states, but yeah, looking at the size of the place. Jozu desu yo, you say, really? I don't know about Jozu. Yeah, idioms and stuff. There was, so, my favourite manga, I mean, I've got a lot of favourite manga, but one that holds a place in my heart, because I picked it up when I was in Japan. I picked up the whole lot, and I was, you know, it was in Japanese, obviously. It's never been translated into English. It's called Toy. Spelt like this. By, Kamijo Atsushi, I believe. And it's one of my favourite manga, and it's about a band in the 1980s. It was written in the 1980s. It's a band in Tokyo trying to make it in the 1980s. And I remember this one panel. I got to this one panel, and the lady said something completely random, like she says, like, and I was like translating it word by word. I'm not the kind of woman who, even if they fall over, they don't stand up with nothing in hand, or something like that. And I was like, alright, that makes no sense. And so I was looking at it backwards, and I was looking at it front ways, and trying to dissect the bits in my head. And it's like, this makes no sense. This is obviously like, either I've translated it wrong, or it doesn't make any sense. Like, which is it? And then I showed it to a friend a few days later, and they were like, yeah, that's just like a saying. It means that, I mean, literally it means if you fall over, which is an unfortunate thing to happen, you still make something good out of it. As in, you pick something up off the ground and get up holding something. So you basically, in the context of the scene, it meant that she won't go home empty-handed, because she just tried to sign the guy to her label, and he told her to piss off. And she said that, and it's like, well, you know, I didn't come all this way for nothing. I'm, you know, going home with something, kind of thing. But from just from looking at that particular phrase, it's like, oh, how the hell does that make sense? Alright, thank you, Yoshina. Nice to meet you. See you again. But yeah, like, you know, in any language, so many sayings are like that if you're not a native speaker of that language and you haven't heard that saying 100 times, you just wouldn't know how to translate it. Unless you've got some kind of super genius brain that can figure concepts at the speed of light, I guess. Have a nice day. Have a nice day over in Japan. Maybe eat some katsudon. It's really hard. It's really hard to get katsudon in England, so maybe have katsudon today and think of me. Oh, I've never heard that one. Yeah, I've never heard that one, but it's amazing how similar they are in that case, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there is a place really close to my house that does really good katsudon, actually. Second best after Chiyo University that I've tasted. So I am pretty lucky. But I mean, you know, katsudon's meant to be what, like, well, this was 2004, but when I was in Japan it was like 500 yen for katsudon, so that's about £2 or something. It's super cheap. It's just a dinner item, isn't it? But over here, of course, if you're at a Japanese restaurant, that means it's luxury food. It's super rare foreign food, and you're gonna pay £10 for a katsudon here. I have been watching Boba Fett, yeah. What day is it on? I keep forgetting. Like, when's the next episode out? I've watched 3 so far. When's the 4th one out? Oh, if only. If only. I'd love to have katsudon every day. Anything from the 80s, there you go. Any OVA from the 80s. Star Wars Holiday Special, how about that? That's got Boba Fett in it. Comes that tomorrow, okay. So that's Wednesdays then, right. Yeah, some people don't like it, do they, Boba Fett? But no, it seems fine. Seems fine to me. Some, you know, obviously I'm not like a massive super fan, unless it comes to Empire technology, which I'm far more interested in. I haven't like read every Star Wars expanded universe book and stuff like that. But things that I have just casually noticed from watching it is this is set like straight after Return of the Jedi, yeah. So it's not like 20 years in the future or anything. Just straight after he in fact, you see him just get out of the Sarlacc pit. And it's a little bit jarring how he goes from a super lean guy when he falls into the Sarlacc pit to like this really burly kind of muscular dude that's basically shaped like a barrel when he gets out. Like, what happened in there? Damn. But it's a little bit hard to look past the complete change in build. I mean, he's quite a thin kind of athletic agility kind of guy before, wasn't he? And now he's a tank. And that all happened in the space of a couple of minutes. And they show his face way too much, I think. But I mean, you know, you're paying for the actor. I guess you think that you need to get your money's worth. Which is a factor, but I also think that if you're making a story, you should probably do what's best for the story first. So who knows? Who knows? Maybe that's it. Thank you for those $5 bulking dollars. I'll use those to bulk up. Much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, obviously he gets surrounded by a bunch of guys with shields and doesn't use the jetpack to just fly straight upwards and things like that, which seem a bit weird, but I don't know, I'm kind of enjoying it so far. I mean, it's definitely better than the sequel movies by a long, long way. Just my opinion. Maybe he did. He ate that stormtrooper. That's why he keeps having, you know, flashbacks about it. They were going to do loads of Star Wars TV shows, weren't they, Disney? They announced loads of them, and then they've kind of all been quietly cancelled. Now, the thing with animation streams is it's kind of boring to watch someone just animating. Well, I'm not even animating, really, I'm just colouring. Oh, thank you very much. That's 5,000 Woolongs. What is that currency? What's a W with some things to it? I really enjoyed your works. R-Type, Thai, Warframe with 80s and 90s feeling has helped me get in hard times. Hope to see your work in the future. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I always think that people just watch my stuff and, you know, it's just an animation or whatever, and I never think that someone might actually, it might cheer someone up on a bad day or anything, so that's very nice to hear. Thank you. And thank you for that huge amount of W's. That looks like a lot of money. How much money is that? What currency? Does anyone know what currency that is? They will. Well, I was saying that it's not super exciting to watch someone just colouring. Like, even if it was just, you can see everything that's going on because the whole character's on the screen the whole time. But to make it even more boring, I just zoom in on an area which means nothing to anybody. Because I have to make sure the lines don't go through each other. So, you know, I don't know why you guys watch this, but thanks, though. Let's see how many hours we can put in today. I worked it out, and I think I work 13 hours a day? And you know that would be crunch. That would be crunch for anyone else. But I was having a shower earlier, and all of my best thoughts come to me in the shower. And I thought, well, if you're working for yourself, you're not being compelled to work, and there's no stress. And maybe that's why I look so young. I don't know. I did watch it, yeah. It was pretty good. It equals $5, okay. Thank you. Oh, that's South Korean currency. I've never seen it. I've never seen the actual symbol for it before. I think you're the first person from South Korea that I've ever met. I meet people from all over the world on like streams and things, but yeah, I've never heard of anyone from South Korea like watching any of my stuff or anything like that. There was a period it was when I was at university, so around 2003, when South Korean horror was really, really big. There was, in the UK that is, me and my Greek friend Yanis, we were watching a lot of South Korean horror films, and there was a place that was showing them. There was I think it was it the showroom? It was a fancy kind of hipster theatre in Sheffield where I live. Did like a film festival for Southeast Asian horror. So there were horror films from all over the place, and a lot of them were South Korean, and I can't even remember the names though. It's been a long time ago. It's been a long time. But yeah, a lot of them were very good. Also, chat, let me know when you want to take a coffee break. We're going to be going for a while. You might need some coffee breaks. I think I'll just do this lower half up to here. So we'll just work on these trousers for a bit. It is. It's very, very early for a stream. Very early for a stream. Figure out how a shading's gonna go here. I think we'll do like that. I'll just shade this one, and that'll be the guide for the rest. Maybe like that, I think. I want most of it in shadow, just a bit at the front illuminated by these lights and whatnot. Oh, yeah. Condolences on that. That's not good. A couple of years ago, I had a period where it was just funerals, just constantly. Like everyone was just, all of my relatives were just dropping off one after another because they were all very similar in age. And a bit of a nightmare. Horrible. 92 is a very good age though, yeah. I think if all of us in chat make it to 92, then we'll be doing pretty well. My mother is in her 70s now. But you know, it's best just not to think about some things, isn't it? It's best just not to think about it. That's enough funerals for this decade. I don't need any more. So doing all the stuff in one colour is just, I don't know, it's just far less complicated than doing it all in the various colours that it will finally be. You know, this is just much easier to figuring out where the shading is going to go and stuff without having to swap colours every 3 seconds. Sometimes you just might switch to a really big brush and just do this rather than filling with the fill tool, the paint bucket, whatever it's called in your application. Yeah, I really like this. Criminal if you think about it, how Sega have created some of the most famous game franchises. I hate the word franchise. Series, the most famous game series in history of arcades, and they just let them languish. We'll probably never have anything Golden Axe related again. And that kinda sucks. Yeah, music like this is very good for changing the bins, emptying bins, you know, washing down the bathroom tiles. I like Golden Axe. Revenge of Death Adder is really good. Really, really good, but I mean, it was made too late, I think. Just didn't really see it in any arcades. There was one arcade in Skegness where I lived that had it, and it was a small arcade. It didn't last very long. I never played them. I've seen them. They had it. One of them, the first one, I think, in the pier. Because I lived in a seaside town, and so, you know, a seaside town has to have a pier on the beach going out into the sea. And this pier was like a three-tiered arcade affair. So it was split into 3 areas. And so when you walked in at the front, that's where all the new games were. And in the middle there were, you know, kind of more kind of late 80s games, and then right at the back, really old stuff, you know, like old classic-y stuff like Marble Madness and Indiana Jones arcade game, and you know, that kind of thing. And yeah, they had the Dungeons and Dragons arcade game in I think the front area actually. They had Alien Storm up there as well. I used to play Alien Storm a lot. I think Alien Storm is kind of like the Golden Axe formula perfected. Oops. Huh? I ate turkey for Christmas. I don't live there, but I did eat some turkey. But I'm sure, chat, you'll all be devastated to hear that Christmas dinner was a disaster because mother got everything, but she forgot to get the cranberry sauce. So we had to have turkey without cranberry sauce. But apart from that, it was fantastic. My favourite meal of the year, every year. Every year, Christmas dinner is just my favourite meal. And then you got the pudding after that, the Christmas pudding, with custard. What anime am I watching? I finished Mieruko, and that was pretty good. I quite like that. I watched all of 86 that's out. That was okay. What else? I do try and keep up. Like, if there's anything mildly interesting, I'll give it a go. I don't know why. I'm watching Macross Delta at the moment. I don't know why. Because I love Macross, and it, you know, Macross now isn't a shadow of what Macross was. I don't know why I do this to myself. I don't like the music, I don't like the character designs, I don't like the dodgy 3D Valkyries. I don't like the cheap idol stuff. And yeah, Macross has always had idols in it, or bands, or singing, but they weren't like literal magical girls like they are in this. I don't understand what I'm watching. Like, how does it... Macross is a real robot show. It's not a super robot show, it's a real robot show. So why are the magical girls in it now? Like, what's going on? I hope Shoji Kawamori never sees this stream. But, you know, he's made his name in the business. He can do whatever he wants now. So I can't begrudge Shoji Kawamori doing whatever he wants. And if he wants to just do shows about magical girls, then more power to him, I guess. But it's my loss because it means that I'll never ever get anything again like Macross Plus. So I'm a little bit butthurt about that. Good lord, Macross Plus is good. Macross Plus is so good. Do you remember Love is so good? I didn't do KFC for Christmas dinner, no. Indeed, a strangely timed stream. I think we're coming up on a coffee break time. I think we've been going for over an hour, haven't we? Oh, Exarm. No, I haven't watched it. Not even for the meme value. Not even for the memes. I'm gonna avoid it. I'm not watching Exarm. What else? I know there's been more stuff last year, because we've only really just started with this year. Last year there was plenty of new anime stuff that I watched, but I can't seem to remember any of it. Because it's all kind of forgettable to me. Indeed, Do You Remember Love is just madness. Absolute madness. Oh yeah, I watched Hathaway, that's it. The Gundam, the new Gundam movie Hathaway. I think it's going to be a trilogy, so it was part 1, and that was alright. Quite like the character designs. Didn't like the 3D mechs, but you know, as always, if you watch anime for 2D mechs, then your life is suffering now because it's all 3D forever now. Yeah, Hathaway was pretty good. What is love? I always think of Hathaway when I say Hathaway, though. Baby, don't hurt me. Hathaway. Shining Hathaway. Hathaway's Flash, however you wanna translate it. I heard all kinds of translations back in the day for the Hathaway anime that was, well, the Hathaway manga novel that we were never going to get an anime of, and now we have, but unfortunately it's in 2021, so everything's 3D. I would have loved to see it back in the 0083 days. Yeah, I've still got my tapes in the ceiling. In the ceiling? I forgot a word for a moment there. In the attic. You know, it's kind of like a ceiling, isn't it? It's above the ceiling. In the attic, back in my home in Lincoln, I've got all my VHS tapes, and I've got the Japanese subtitled version of Do You Remember Love? That was the first Macross I saw. And I absolutely loved it. And then years later I saw the TV series. I loved that too. Although obviously I'd been a little bit spoiled with the animation quality of the movie. But yeah, going from if you watch Do You Remember Love and then you watch an episode of Macross Delta, it's like it's hard to believe it's even the same world, the same series. Everything's just so, I don't know how to describe it. I did a lot of karaoke in America when I was there, in Mackie's basement, Mackie's karaoke basement. But I haven't sung in years, and my throat was just destroyed after about half an hour. Couldn't even finish a Skid Row song without my voice giving out. Have you seen the 80s Dungeons & Dragons animated series? Yeah, I watched that as a kid. I remember that we never got that final episode, did we? It just kind of ended on a bit of a cliffhanger. Yeah, I watched G-Reco actually. I watched it a bit when it came out, but I kind of lost interest, so I watched it all last year. And it's very Yoshiyuki Tomino, isn't it? It's there's a bunch of stuff in it which seems really intriguing and then never gets explained. Mackie's karaoke basement. It should be a club. She should start a club called that. Alright, I think it's time. Actually, we'll let's have a look let's have a look how much we've done so far. It always looks weird with shading popping in and out like that, but I mean, you know, use your imagination, imagine it shaded, we're making progress. So now, I think it's coffee break time, so I'm gonna go get a coffee. I'll be back in a minute or two. Why don't you get a coffee as well? I recommend Nescafe, richer, smoother Nescafe Gold Blend. See you in a minute.
A very special cup of coffee, a new standard in richness, a new standard in pureness, blended together to give a new standard in smooth. The Gold Blend standard, only from Nescafe.
It's only memories of Earth and the rich smell of this coffee that keeps my spirits up. Coffee. At least we'll reach our destination soon. Coffee. You make a fine cup of coffee. You've made my day.
Are you taking your coffee break now, Alan?
Yeah, that's right. You want some? Coffee. And I had to go make coffee for two. Hurry up, would you? My coffee's starting to cool off. Coffee, my salvation from my day-to-day drudgery. Coffee. A little bitter, but still an excellent blend.
Boy, you should switch to decaf.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
Will Gold Blend be too good for your guests?
Oh, I think they could get used to it.
It's a very sophisticated coffee.
They have very sophisticated taste.
Do they?
Yes. Well, I must be getting back.
Now, golden roasted, richer, smoother, Nescafe Gold Blend.
Have you met your new neighbor yet?
Oh, I've popped in for coffee.
Come on, Dad.
You're playing Vicky, not Andre Agassi.
Don't be so sure.
Agassi.
Hi, call me Andre.
Nescafe, Andre?
You bet. Nescafe sure is coffee at its best. That's the best thing served me all week. Who's up for doubles?
Yeah! The best days are Nescafe days.
今結構忙しいんだろ？そういえば例の歌の歌詞はでき…
私はあなたが好き。
Days looking new and bright, and you're gonna start it right. Folger's starting to brew, the aroma's calling you. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Mornings are brighter with mountain-grown Folgers because mountain-grown coffee has more enticing aroma than any other kind.
The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Please enjoy this footage of velvety smooth beans, followed by a well-shot close-up of a hot brown liquid that's brewed by mixing heated water.
All over the world, the word for great coffee flavor is Nescafe.
We're the world's favorite brand of instant coffees.
In America, Nescafe's great flavor comes two ways.
We're the world's best-selling too.
Nescafe Regular in the red label.
If Nescafe can please the whole wide world.
And now Nescafe Decaffeinated in the green label.
We can sure please you.
Same kind of flavor. Nescafe Regular, Nescafe Decaffeinated. What's your pleasure?
お嬢さん方を応接室に。
はい。
美味しいコーヒーを入れましょうかね。美味しいコーヒーができましたよ。
I only showed you that to remind you you desperately need your fix.
男の温度が上がった。飲んで飲んでまた飲みたい。缶入りコーヒーウエスト。
Go West.
ボス、私のそばにいてね。ボス、決して私見捨てないでお願い。Boss, I can't live without you. Boss, I can't live without you.
Boss, いつもそばにいてね。Boss, 私のそばにいてね。Boss, 決して私見捨てないでお願い。Boss, I can't live without you. Boss, I can't live without you.
Ah, there we go. I've returned. I forget my hotkeys sometimes. It's Control and Plus to turn the mic on. I'm like a super hacker here with just... Ah, you have to see it, but you can't because I don't have my camera on. Okay, let's continue putting in our shading layer. So that looks like that. So it's going to also look like that when we get to about here. Oh, wrong layer. Okay. Bad news, chat. I'm out of artificial sweetener. I'm out of stevia. So I had to resort to using actual sugar in my coffee. Been trying to cut off sugar completely, but here we go. Ah, I mean, it does taste way better. It's probably way worse for you though. Indeed, the coffee break is a time-honoured tradition. Time-honoured tradition on this stream. We've had a few coffee breaks over the years. We've had a Street Fighter themed one, an R-Type themed one. It kind of depends on what film I'm working on. But because I can't tell people what film this is, because it's kind of a surprise, I can't do a themed coffee break for it because then everyone would know what it was. I think most people have worked it out though, just from the aesthetics of the backgrounds and things. Is it me or I've been watching a lot of YouTube. I know it's terrible. But at some point, it seems that at some point on YouTube at least, over the last year, people have stopped saying aesthetic and they've dropped the TH and they've just gone straight to a T, so they say the aesthetic now. The aesthetics of it. Is that just me? Now that I've mentioned it, maybe you'll start noticing it, I don't know. Tell me if I'm crazy next stream. I mean, it doesn't taste as good, but I thought, let's be a bit more healthy, cut out the sugar. Yeah, but Americans pronounced it aesthetic as well, and but now they seem to have stopped. And you know, I've heard people from all over the world pronouncing it aesthetic, but then, you know, I'm kind of I watched This Is How Exciting My Life Is. Like, when you're animating all hours of the day, you'll end up watching pretty much anything in the end. You get so desperate for stuff to have on in the background. And I was watching a debate. So I mean, there's your first mistake. I was watching a debate. So I was watching a debate about, has the English language regressed? And there were two academic people on one side saying that the English language is in a terrible state now, and two people on the other side saying how it's absolutely fine, and the English language is totally fine because it's always mutated, and English from 40 years ago is completely different to English now, and so you shouldn't worry about it. And so yes, that's what I was watching. What happens if we AI interpolate everything to 60 FPS? Well, I mean, I could show you. We could do it live on the stream if you want. Shall we do it? Hold on, we'll do it. Alright, chat, get ready to have your minds blown. I'm gonna need to rearrange some things here. Rearrange some things here. Okay. I'm not going to show you my desktop because it's a horrible bloody mess. let me just find some... I'll find a clip from this film that I'm working on. Something, you know, of a reasonable frame rate. And we'll interpolate it up to 60 FPS and see what happens. We'll leave it going in the background whilst I work. How about this one? No, it's not interesting enough. Yeah, okay. I think I got one here. Okay, so here's a shot. Very quick shot, as you can see, that I completed the other day. Also, where the hell has where have my options gone? It's one of the F keys. Is it F11? No, that's full screen. There we go. That's not right though. I need all of my controls back. I pressed something and look, it's taken. Does anyone know? Does anyone know for Media Player Classic the shortcut to get all of your things back from the top? You know, play, option, menu, edit, etc, etc. Where have they gone? I daren't press my F keys because one of them stops the stream. One of them starts the stream. One of them brings up the game over stuff. Anyway, so this is what I'm thinking. This we can't even tell what this shot's called. I believe it's options. No. Ugh. I don't. Normally I just hit all the keys, but I don't do it right now. So anyway, this is a shot I finished recently, as in yesterday. It's I believe it's 15 frames per second. So what I propose we do for fun is we open up Dane, the Dane app here. Is it Dane or is it Dine? I don't know. Input file, so we need 9. It's down here somewhere. It's down here somewhere. See, if I had my options up here, I'd be able to tell what this is called. I'm sure it's 914. I'm making myself look very amateurish here, aren't I? There we go, 913. We'll stick that in there. Output folder will be output, interpolation options, cartoon or anime, no alpha, interpolate times 4. So the output FPS will be 64. What about if we do it 8? We don't need it 128 frames, do we? We'll do it at 60 FPS. 64 FPS. Ooh, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be horrible. It's gonna be horrible. Is it even gonna be able to do it? Because it's gonna, you know, it's AI interpolation. It's not gonna know where some of these things go. But well, we'll try it. Anyway, fix out of memory errors. We shall do that by 300 and 100, I believe. And then perform all steps and render. So it's starting the extraction. I'm going to put this over here, and whilst that's going in the background, we'll continue. It'll probably take a while, but we'll have some interesting results to look at in half an hour or so, maybe. It's gonna look absolutely bizarre. I would turn my music up. I've got it coming out of the speakers here. But if I do, then it'll be picked up by the microphone. And you'll have it coming out of two... What's the word? Two input sources, and it'll probably sound really bizarre. No, I've heard everyone talking about Arcane, and apparently you don't have to have played League of Legends to watch it. But I feel like, because I've never played any League of Legends at all, that I'd probably be missing out on something. So I haven't watched any of it. I watched some Scissor 7. Mackie showed me some Scissor 7, which is a Chinese animation, when I was over there. And that was pretty funny. It takes a shitload of RAM apparently. Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, so it's I mean, hopefully it's not going to affect our animation in any way. It can just run in the background. So that's why I've got these fix out of memory options where you split it into various. I tried doing it all in one go and it would just crash because it ran out of memory. So yeah, I guess we'll give it a real off-road test and see if it can do all of this stuff at the same time. I've just remembered to save often. I've got autosave on, so I'm generally fine. We should be fine. Even if it does crash, I'll just I'll load it up again. TV Paint is very, very stable for me. It's one of the few stable things in a turbulent life. It's one of my few areas of stability. These very subtle movements, fine to animate, but really boring to shade. Really, really boring. When things have moved like 1 pixel, I start to see the appeal of, you know, vector shading. But don't worry, I'll never fall for it. Rasta for life. Rasta for life. It's not the kind of raster I was thinking. yeah, I mean that's it. At the end of the day, whatever gives the best results for the visual style you're going for. Did I accidentally? Yeah, I did, didn't I? Must have clicked on the line, and it's if I turn the inked lines off, you can see, yeah. How foolish of me. Just erase that by hand, that's fine. Doesn't really matter here because I'm filling all that anyway. Alright, so how does this belt look? Because over here it looks like that. So I'm guessing like that. So now we just have to work backwards and do the rest. I think it is. Is it a Hawkeye remix? You're right, it is. Should say in the bottom right. Doing a 4K reproduction, really? If you're wondering why I'm clicking twice, because you can just fill once, but I always fill twice. It's so it fills any little pixels that it's left. Like here, for instance, it's left a little pixel unfilled, so if you fill it again, it gets it. A pro tip there. And I think that now we just have to, so if I do this across all of these, You'll see why in a minute. Okay, maybe not here though. So maybe not. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Yes, I am. I've had to put it on the back burner a little bit. I was talking to Angel, the dev, recently, and saying that I feel kind of bad because I've never flaked out of anything in my life. But yeah, you're able to expand the fill. I've got it down here on expand 1. So yeah. But yeah, so I've had to scale that back a little bit until I finish this film, and then I have something lined up for directly after this film as well. So I mean, I will do it. I will do it. I told him I'd do it, and I will do it. Also, I've done so much already on it that it would be just stupid to not finish, you know? I've done everything on the TIE Fighter intro apart from the big battle. So I'm up to the point where the TIEs launch from the Star Destroyers and start attacking the platform. So I've done most. Well, I've done half of it. It's just the most time-consuming bit. The actual battle is what I haven't done any of yet. So yeah, quite a lot to do still. Sometimes it's easier just to turn the lines off and fill things this way. That's why I put that line up there, so it doesn't spill out into the rest of the body. I keep losing my lines layer. I'm gonna colour it. I'll make it blue. There we go. It is the mech film, yes. There are some developments that I can't talk about, but they're quite exciting developments. And the only reason that I would put a project on hold that I've promised someone is if something significantly large had happened in the background. So something significantly large has happened regarding the mech film, but you know, can't really talk about these things until they're final. And also, even if I could, it's probably not a good idea to talk about things until they're final anyway, because it just gets people hyped up for something that ends up not happening. I can neither confirm nor deny that statement. So, how's the weather? The weather is 7 degrees here, cloudy but sunny. I've got my radiator on in the room here, which has brought my temperature in the room up to a pleasant 24 English degrees, 75 America degrees. Yeah. So how long does it take to produce 1 minute of animation? I guess it varies by complexity, but something more complex. Yeah, it does. Mackie worked it out. Mackie actually worked it out. If Mackie was here, she could tell you how long it takes us to do 1 minute of animation. But it's longer than you would think. I often get emails for commissions and things, like, can you do an animation for my manga that I'm writing, or for my band, we need a music video for my band and stuff like that. And but you know, people don't really get that it would take like 2 years. It would take 2 years. So I mean, I've been working on this film for 2 years. 3 years? How long have I been working on this? I mean, it's 20 minutes long, to be fair. Probably 30 by the time it's done. Let's just hope it turns out good. I mean, even if the story's total dog shit on this film, at least it'll look decent, I guess. I mean, I hope. But I cannot judge my own work, because I look at it and all I see is disappointment. So I don't know if it looks good or not. And also, we won't really be able to tell until it's all edited together into a cohesive whole, which it pretty much is. Just, you know, without sound effects and music and whatnot, just voice acting at the moment. $35F. Is that? Hold on, 35F is going to be... So if it's 75 here, which is... I think that's about room temperature. That's freezing, isn't it? That's freezing, isn't it? Yes. Have a good day, David McFarlane. See you later. Right, 32 is freezing, 212 is boiling. New York! I hope so. I hope it ends up being good. But you know, we'll definitely quality check it with people before releasing it, and if there's any dodgy bits or any bits that just don't live up to the rest of it, I'll reanimate them. So yeah, when it's released, it will be released. I mean, it'll definitely be this year. It'll be released in its highest quality possible form at my current skill level. And like I say, it's all been character acting, so whatever I do next, which will be the mech film, is going to seem really easy in comparison. People sitting in cockpits is so easy compared to this. The Reanimator. true. You know, get some of that glowing green reagent into the syringe, inject it into my graphics tablet. That's what someone should do. Get a team together. Animate scenes from Reanimator. Call it, I don't know, Reanimator Reanimated or something. Reanimator Animated. I'd like to see Herbert West in anime style, 80s OVA style. What's the worst part of TIE Fighter? I'll poll you chat. What's the shittest looking part of TIE Fighter? You have to be completely honest. It's the only way I'll improve. Because it was done over such a time period that by the time I finished it, some of the scenes at the start that I'd done first were looking kind of dodgy, and I had to reanimate a lot of those. So the quality is kind of all over the place on it. But I would be interested to hear when they're running, yeah. Oh, the run cycles that aren't rotoscoped. When they're running into the briefing room. The ones that aren't rotoscoped. So from like position A to position B on character animation. Yeah, those the bits where you see the pilots from behind and they're running, they were rotoscoped, yeah. So that's why they look so floaty and weird. Oh! Interesting. Really? I quite like that bit. I remember when I was doing it, I quite liked that bit. Where the TIE fighters go over the destroyer. That was a bit that I added in at the end, after I'd done everything else. Alright, are we there? Are we there yet? I think we've done... Oh, okay, apart from that, I think we've done the trousers. No, I'm fine. Mackie's good. I believe Mackie will be fast asleep by now. I know she was up a couple of hours before I started streaming, so she's been up pretty late. Oh right, okay. It's a weird jump as if there's some animation missing. Yeah, I guess I'd have to watch it again. Because I don't remember that. Alright, so let me extend this to here, because we're just holding this animation here. So let's see how that looks. Yeah, it seems to be working. So we'll do the chest and the torso now, and we'll do the head at the end. And this is about the halfway point. Well, yeah, it's about the halfway point. So we've got another half of the shot, the scene. I always mix up scene and shot. This is a shot. This is a shot. It's scene 3, shot 6. Oh, Mackie exists. She exists. She really does. She's very good at cooking things, and she's good at drawing, and she's funny, and we're practically engaged. Oh, you heard it here, chat. Practically, like we're. Yeah, anyway, when you've been dating someone for like 15 years, you may as well at that point. It's just I'm poor, so. When we have money, we'll probably get married, I think. You can't rush into these things, you know. 20 years, I think. 20 years is a good amount of time. Sickening. Sickening, you mean? Guy with the illuminated batons. Isn't that the guy who's like waving the? It doesn't actually make any sense when you think about it. He's like waving the AT-AT into position, but he's too far away, and it wouldn't be able to see him from there. It's someone who just like needed something to do, so he's pretending to be busy. That guy. Well, yeah. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, that's one of the things, isn't it? Like, if you're gonna get married, you probably need enough money to support yourself. And I can support myself with the current Patreon income, but I mean it's minimum wage. So, and you know, I don't have a house or anything. I still rent. So. So another reason for not rushing into things, I guess, just need to have enough financially going on as well. And then of course you need to figure out where you're going to live and stuff like that, if you both live in different countries. I mean, from the little time I've spent in America, I wouldn't mind living there, apart from the medical stuff. You know, like healthcare is free here, and so for instance, when I fell over and broke my wrist and my fingers that time, I mean, if that happened in America, I'd just be screwed, wouldn't I? They'd take me to a hospital and fix it up, but I'd be 20 grand in debt, and you know, I don't know a point in my life when I've ever had 20 grand. That's like, I don't think I've ever had that much money, have I? So I'd just be in debt for the rest of my life, and that's assuming that you only get injured once in your life, I suppose. And you know, I have a couple of medical conditions here and there, which requires some pills and whatnot every month, and they're expensive enough They're expensive enough in the UK. It's like £20 a month. Well, it's £18 at the month. It's going up to 20 in a couple of months. But I don't know how much that would be in America. I mean, Canada, I hear Canada is nice, and apparently everyone's super friendly and whatnot. So maybe? Now, ideally, of course, I get so rich that, and I mean, I don't actually want to be rich, like, seriously. I don't even want the temptation of lots of money, but I mean, enough to live would be nice. Which is where I am right now, like very, very borderline kind of enough to live. But ideally, so much money that I have a house. I could just like go between America and the UK on a private jet, and all of the problems are null and void then. $500 a month. Right, I see. Yeah, so I guess that's the thing, isn't it? In America, you need to get a job that does medical insurance for you, which as someone working for myself, I'm guessing I wouldn't get that. Oh, thank you very much. Nah, that is true though. Like, honestly, I don't really. Yeah. I wouldn't mind if it was another 10 years before I got married, you know? It's not like no one's like, this has to happen in the next couple of years or it's over kind of shit. I think you're probably in a pretty unhealthy place if weird ultimatums like that are being thrown around. $6,000 a year for insurance? I don't think ever in my life I've made anything near to $6,000 a year. Alright, it's time to Google tax evasion then, I think. Well, I mean, what you need to do, you make £1 million, and well, this is how it used to be. You make £1 million, you leave it in the bank, and you live off the interest which is accrued. I don't know if that would work now, though. So this is the stream then, animation and health insurance and tax evasion. That's the stream topic for the day. Yeah, I've seen some videos here and there on YouTube, you know, obviously take that as you will, about how the medical insurance system works and how it's a big scam apparently. Yeah, I'm terrible at working out budgets and things, so like all of this kind of stuff just goes completely over my head, which is another thing that Mackie's very good at. I'm just the guy who sits down and draws, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to deal with this stuff, this gets in the way with me animating. And Mackie's like, don't worry, I'll handle it for you. She does a very good job. Now if you really want to draw a line in exactly the same place, you can turn the onion skin on, look. Tax returns, yeah, I have a I used to do that myself because I figured that's just what you do. It comes to tax season, and the Internal Revenue Service sends you some forms, and you fill everything in and send them back, and then they say you owe us a shitload of money on tax, and that's how it always worked. And then I got an accountant. Like, I would never have gotten an accountant because, you know, who has accountants? Only rich people. But it's my brother meets all kinds of people because he's very muscly, and he, you know, does like strongman competitions and pulls buses and planes and things for charity events for kids with cancer and whatnot. And he ends up meeting all kinds of people, and I think that's how he met like this accountant, and she does my tax returns now, and she's really good, and she's like, oh yeah, they were just completely ripping you off, like what you need to do is fill this in and this in and this in, and she does all that stuff for me, and now I pay like a small amount of tax compared to what they were just like squeezing out of me before, because of course they would never tell you what you were allowed to claim as a tax deductible thing, like internet and things, which I need for my work. Like I can't work without internet, obviously. I kind of need it for meetings and things. But before, there's no way they would have let me claim any kind of percentage of internet, when actually they're supposed to. And I guess she just knows the language or whatever. So I guess my advice would be get an accountant, because I save so much on tax now. I think they just bank on people not knowing, like I didn't, how tax works, and they know that they can just tell you any number and you figure, well, that must be right, and you have to pay it. And actually someone who knows about tax will be able to be like, yeah, actually that's bullshit. They're just taking the piss. Did the last couple of super chats get into the sun? Yeah, I think this has been an issue before, so I think super chats don't, because of the way that Streamlabs works, super chats don't connect to Streamlabs. They do, it'll display them, but it won't go to the donation goal. So, but if you do the link underneath the video and you donate like $1 via that, then that shows up on the screen and it does go into the donation goal. So yeah, the goal is technically higher than it looks right now. I believe. I've got it very small on my second screen here, so I can't see what it's at. Yeah, and just as I said that, I noticed that Wiz just said it all, actually. Thank you. And tell your boss that you're doing important work. You're learning about like taxes and animation and stuff. You definitely weren't slacking off. Oh, there you go. Thank you for that one whole buck. Two goes on Street Fighter for that, I think. No, it's a quarter, isn't it? It used to be a quarter. It would be 25 cents to play an arcade game. It was 10p in the UK, then for the newer games it was 20p, and then in the 90s, when big cabinets like Daytona and Virtual Racing and whatnot came out, they tended to be 50p. And then you'd get like insane shit that was £1 per go. At that point you knew that things had gone too far. No game is worth £1 per play. Yeah. The highest I would go was 50p, and it would have to be like a real experience like Starblade or something. Not how I play it. I die in seconds on Space Harrier. Alright, so that looks fine and everything except the shading is down here on the trousers and it's over here, so I think it needs to be more like that. It needs to be more like that on the stomach, I think. Maybe like that. Maybe like that if I want to be real fancy. I don't know, something like that. Let me see, so like that. You just put this in as a guide. Yeah, I think it'd be more like that. So I'm going to draw this black line in. So I'm going to use the black line to chop shading out. I know we're still interpolating that animation in the background, by the way, because I can hear my fans going on my computer, and there's a lag in the line now. So I'm guessing it's doing something quite processor heavy at the moment. Yeah, I think so. I think it works out. It works out a lot better. Obviously, the whole virus thing kind of screwed it a bit, but I really want to go to Arcade Club in Leeds again. Because that was a very fun evening. See you again, Dreki. Have a good day. That kind of CPU strain, yeah. It's gonna look awful as well. All this time it'll just look terrible. But it will have been a fun experiment. Alright, let's see how this looks. I think that's better. Bit more uniform in its placement now. Right, let's do the head then. Unless we want another coffee break. How long have we been going? 2 hours? 2.5 hours? We could do another coffee break. How about another coffee break? First, let's check in. See how this is doing. It's 50%, so halfway through exactly. Interesting. I think we should. I think another coffee break. Right. So, I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
A very special cup of coffee, a new standard in richness, a new standard in pureness, blended together to give a new standard in smooth. The Gold Blend standard, only from Nescafe.
It's only memories of Earth and the rich smell of this coffee that keeps my spirits up. Coffee. At least we'll reach our destination soon. Coffee. You make a fine cup of coffee. You've made my day.
Are you taking your coffee break now, Alan?
Yeah, that's right. You want some? Coffee. And I had to go make coffee for 2. Hurry up, would you? My coffee's starting to cool off. Coffee, my salvation from my day-to-day drudgery. Coffee. A little bitter, but still an excellent blend.
Boy, you should switch to decaf.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
Will Gold Blend be too good for your guests?
Oh, I think they could get used to it.
It's a very sophisticated coffee.
They have very sophisticated taste.
Do they?
Yes. Well, I must be getting back.
Now, golden roasted, richer, smoother,
Nescafe Gold Blend.
Have you met your new neighbor yet?
Oh, I've popped in for coffee.
Come on, Dad. You're playing Vicky, not Andre Agassi.
Don't be so sure.
Agassi.
Hi, call me Andre.
Nescafe, Andre?
You bet. Nescafe sure is coffee at its best. That's the best thing served to me all week. Who's up for doubles?
Yeah! The best days are Nescafe days.
今結構忙しいんだろ？そういえば例の歌の歌詞はでき…
私はあなたが好き。
Days looking new and bright, and you're gonna start it right. Folgers starting to brew, the aroma's calling you. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Mornings are brighter with mountain-grown Folgers because mountain-grown coffee has more enticing aroma than any other kind.
The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Please enjoy this footage of velvety smooth beans, followed by a well-shot close-up of a hot brown liquid that's brewed by mixing heated water.
All over the world, the word for great coffee flavor is Nescafe.
We're the world's favorite brand of instant coffees.
In America, Nescafe's great flavor comes two ways.
We're the world's best-selling too.
Nescafe Regular in the red label.
If Nescafe can please the whole wide world.
And now Nescafe Decaffeinated in the green label.
We can sure please you.
Same kind of flavor. Nescafe Regular, Nescafe Decaffeinated. What's your pleasure?
お嬢さん方を応接室に。
はい。
美味しいコーヒーを入れましょうかね。美味しいコーヒーができましたよ。
I only showed you that to remind you you desperately need your fix.
男の温度が上がった。飲んで飲んでまた飲みたい。缶入りコーヒーウエスト。
Go West.
いつもそばにいてね。
ボス、私のそばにいてね。ボス、決して私見捨てないでお願い。Boss, I can't live without you. Boss, I can't live without you.
Boss, いつもそばにいてね。Boss, 私のそばにいてね。Boss, 決して私見捨てないでお願い。Boss, I can't live without you. Boss, I can't live without you.
A very special cup of coffee, a new standard in richness, a new standard in pureness, blended together to give a new standard in smooth. The Gold Blend standard, only from Nescafe.
It's only memories of Earth and the rich smell of this coffee that keeps my spirits up. Coffee. At least we'll reach our destination soon. Coffee. You make a fine cup of coffee. You've made my day.
Are you taking your coffee break now, Alan?
Yeah, that's right. You want some? Coffee. And I had to go make coffee for two. Hurry up, would you? My coffee's starting to cool off. Coffee, my salvation from my day-to-day drudgery. Coffee. A little bitter, but still an excellent blend.
Boy, you should switch to decaf.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
Will gold blend be too good for your guests?
Oh, I think they could get used to it.
It's a very sophisticated coffee.
They have very sophisticated taste.
Do they?
Yes. Well, I must be getting back.
Now, golden roasted, richer, smoother, Nescafe Gold Blend.
Have you met your new neighbor yet?
Oh, I've popped in for coffee.
Come on, Dad. You're playing Vicky, not Andre Agassi.
Don't be so sure.
Agassi.
Hi, call me Andre.
Nescafe, Andre?
You bet. Nescafe sure is coffee at its best.
We're back. It is by coffee alone I set my mind in motion. Oh, I'll tell you what we need to do. We forgot this handlet. Ah. He really is acting well, isn't he? That is acting. Alright, let's do this face. I could do, if I can find enough pie adverts, yeah. I had a pie today, actually. Sorry to keep talking about Mackie, but Mackie heard that I was ill and sent me a bunch of, she ordered a bunch of stuff to be delivered to my house, a bunch of frozen food and tasty things. So I had a rather nice pie and some chips today. Some onion rings and sausages. And tomorrow I'm gonna have pizza, I think. No, I'm surprised I haven't been coughing more, actually. I was coughing my lungs up earlier. This cold is in its final phase. It's weird, it's a weird one, like my nose hasn't been running at all. I just felt kind of crappy and my muscles ached. But as it's progressed, I've kind of got a cough now. I will take a test later and just, you know, make doubly sure that I don't have the virus. But I think I'd feel a lot worse if I had the virus. Ooh, my tablet just moved. One of the ports on my tablet died. One of the USB ports died on my Wacom into us. So I've got one port left, and when that dies, screwed again. So there's this. This is because apparently they're quite notorious for this. The Wacom tablets, the USB ports. There's two of them, and they just snap off because they're really badly soldered or very weakly soldered. So, and this is way beyond my skill level. What you're meant to do is take the back off and just solder the wires directly onto the circuit board. So I'm going to talk to a friend at the weekend about doing this. So yeah, you're supposed to take the USB thing off completely, solder the 3 wires like so, and it ends up looking like that, which, you know, is way beyond my skill level. But I mean, this is a 10-year-old doing it. So and then yeah, it just came back to life. So this is what we need to do apparently, because this is my second Wacom now. And for the first one, both of the USB ports died, and this one of them has just died. So I'm operating on borrowed time until the other one snaps. Now, why they can't do this kind of shit right? Because they're quite expensive, these things. So basically what I'm doing is straight ahead shading, which can be quite dangerous. I think it should be more like that. Put a bookmark there. That just doesn't look quite right to me. This is why you should only stream certain things, and things that require brain power and working out where things are meant to go. Maybe do those off stream. I don't know, I guess it looks alright. Yes, it looks alright. Hold on a sec. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let me just go through one of my folders here. Grab a nice side shot of a face. Searching. Well, that's quite nice. It's Exa, so it's bound to be nice. That's pretty nice. I'll put that over there. Do a little bit more like that, I think. I mean, that's basically a keyframe, so we've gotta have the face looking all right here. I've seen the SNES version of Street Fighter Alpha 2. It's pretty impressive for a 16-bit system. But, you know, at some point you kind of have to ask yourself, like, this is an impressive technical demonstration, but would you want to pay for it? You know, when it's at the same time when arcade perfect versions are out of Street Fighter 02 for the Sega Saturn, and almost arcade perfect versions were out on the PlayStation. So yeah, at some point you just have to go, yeah, this console can't really. It's like the have you seen the Sega Master System port of Street Fighter 2 that came out like years and years after the Mega Drive version? And I mean, it looks pretty good for a Master System game, but you wouldn't want to play it though. I don't think you wouldn't want to, except as like a weird rarity, like a, what's the word, as an item of interest. You wouldn't really like choose to play that. Watched X a few months back. Yeah, very, very nice. Yeah, I really like the horror, the body horror aspects of it. And I mean, it kind of comes out of nowhere as well. You're not really expecting a gory kind of gore fest, but yeah, that's what you get with Ixa. There's a Commodore 64 port that came out recently of Sonic the Hedgehog, and again, very, very impressive for a Commodore port. And if it came out at the time, maybe, yeah, that would have been kind of amazing. But now it's just kind of an interesting a curiosity. Well, it's got a lot of Obari in it, Ixa. The mech stuff. It's got Obari involved. It's got the Obari punch in there. Various things. All the mech and armor designs are really nice. Yeah, it's all over the place, isn't it? They just threw everything that they liked in there and made an OVA out of it, and it just works. I guess it's just that whole people making something with passion rather than a studio mandating that we need something for our franchise. And I feel very lucky to have lived through such an age, because I don't think times like that are coming back. I don't want to be too much of a black pill here, but I don't think we're going to see stuff like that again. You did? You made it to the stream? Oh, yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I've seen clips of it and it looks ridiculous. I mean, it was my favourite movie of all time for quite a while, Project A-ko, and it is still well up there. So I really, really want to see it. It'll be the first time I've seen it properly. Like, so many details we just couldn't really make out on the DVD and VHS copies. Well, even if I was good enough to do something that looked as good as Ixa, which I'm not, I'm still only one person. I love that character designer. I think it's Hirano, I think. And you look him up and it's amazing. He's done so much work in the anime industry, but not very much as a character designer. And yet, he's obviously really, really good at it. Like, really good at it. I could look at character designs by him all day. Hello. Completely randomly, I still haven't listened to the new Iron Maiden album that I got for Christmas. I need to get on that. Don't know if anyone's into Dance with the Dead, which is a band I highly recommend. They just put a new album up on their YouTube channel and various other things, I assume. And it's fantastic. The first track has John Carpenter in it. Collaborated with John Carpenter. It's just that really good kind of retro synthwave goodness. Yeah, I like Near Dark. No, this isn't the mech movie. That's next after this film. This one's about 90% complete. But yeah, that's coming along though. The mech film. It's I guess you could say pre-production for that. Interesting prog rock, eh? Speaking of prog rock, I've been listening to Queensryche a lot since in America, and when I got back from America, been listening to Operation Mindcrime quite a lot, and it's pretty good shit. Pretty good shit. Has a couple of really, really amazing songs on it. No, I do normally stream at night, yeah, normally about midnight, and it's 3 PM now. The Vestman OVA, maybe one day. Should probably finish the Street Fighter film first. And by finish I mean, you know, actually work on it. Because that's about, what, 5% done? Opeth, that's who I saw in America. Yeah. There was Mastodon, and they were being supported by Opeth. That was just before Christmas. And I'd never heard any songs from either bands before. So I'm not like massively into prog metal stuff. Because a lot of it is just kind of, wow, this is just going on for a long time and nothing's really happening. You know, like, I love Iron Maiden, and obviously their songs go on for a long time. But, you know, at least stuff is happening, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I do like some prog metal stuff. But they had some very interesting animated like motion graphics things playing on the screens behind for both of those gigs. And so I didn't really know any of the songs at all. So I was just kind of watching the weird patterns and the weird like body horror animation stuff. And drinking. I've got some footage. I've been meaning to edit all of my America footage together into a kind of vlog that no one will be interested in, and upload it to Patreon or something. I really need to do that. I'll do that this weekend. So many cats. I met so many cats. Yeah, I'll edit it all together then at the weekend. Try and make it kind of interesting. the animals, yes. A house full of cats, because I was staying at Mackie's place, and lots of cats. 4 cats. Now only 3 cats. Right, I'm gonna grab one of these frames. I think this one. I'm gonna bring that over here. Turn that off. Turn that off. And paste it in here. Get rid of that and that. And all of that. Move that. And then I'm going to move that. put that there as a guide so that I know where my shading is going, because I don't want it changing massively. I don't want it warping all over it, because if it looks like that there, then it's going to look like that there. It doesn't matter what music I play during a stream, it's always going to get demonetized. Like, it doesn't matter how obscure I get with music, after every single stream, an email comes in and from YouTube saying, an automated thing saying, CD Baby Project, or whatever the hell their name is, has claimed a song on your stream, and so they're taking all the ad revenue. So, you know, after a few years of streaming, I just kind of gave up on it. Like, you can't monetize a stream unless you don't play any fucking music at all. So screw them, whoever CD Baby Project or whatever it's called is, that just keeps taking the money from all of my streams. Apparently they own all of these Commodore remixes, I guess, from 10 years ago, even though they're remixes. So yeah, the first few streams that I did, I was just every time something got flagged, I would swap that music out and try something different the next time. But nah, they just get it no matter what. I think it's just an automated thing, and they go, no, we own that, and that Mario clip, we own that as well. So we're taking all of your revenue. Did you watch Smiling Friends? I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it yet. I know a few people that have worked on it, actually, I think. A few people from Australia. Do you have any thoughts on modern medium, especially on modern anime? If any, is there any opinion about it? I used to be a lot worse than I am now about this. Like, if you'd asked me that 10 years ago, I'd have been like, modern anime is shit, total shit. Anime was amazing in the 80s, and now it looks like shit. And that would have been my answer. And now I've chilled out a little bit. I've chilled out a bit about it. Like, I still don't like the look of modern anime, and I absolutely hate how all vehicles have to be 3D now. Like, the age of 2D hand-drawn vehicles is gone forever, I think. We're never ever gonna get a Gundam show, for instance, with hand-animated Gundams probably ever again. It has to be 3D. Same with Macross, same with everything mechs. Like, you couldn't bring out something like Bean Bandit. So that's a big loss. Obviously the loss of shading is quite painful on my eyes as well. I love shading, so just kind of having everything should look like this. Everything should look like that. If it doesn't look like that, I'm not interested. That's my hot take on modern anime. Oh, Harry Partridge was in it, right? Yeah, and I was surprised to see Matt Berry's name on what is it, Boba Fett? I was like, really? What? Who is Matt Berry? And then, oh, it's the droid, isn't it? Of course. Of course. Yeah. I mean, I was talking just about the visuals of it, but if you want to talk story, then obviously Isekai has become the superhero the superhero shit of the West. As Isekai is that of Japan, I guess. Like, everything has to be Isekai now, to the point of parody almost. which is a shame. I mean, I've watched a few. I've watched a few that I like. Obviously, Konosuba is really good. It would be better if it looked like it had been drawn in the 80s and, you know, had really nice. If it looked like Slayers, and bear in mind, I thought Slayers looked like shit when it aired. I was watching OVAs that looked so much better than Slayers. I thought Slayers was actually ugly, and then I actually watched Slayers a few years back, and I was amazed. I was like, did I actually think this looked bad? Because it looks amazing compared to, you know, most modern stuff. So it's not that Slayers always looked good, it's just that, well, I mean, maybe it did though. Maybe my expectations were just so high because I was watching stuff like Dominion and Cyber City and, you know, Wings of Honeymoons and just, you know, super high budget OVAs and movies and whatnot. So yeah, it's a tricky one. But I mean, you know, people make what is popular, I guess, and we all go on about how we want to see 80s and 90s style art in anime, and when they tried it with what was it, Cabaneri Iron Fortress, it actually had like 4-tone shading and character designs by Haruhiko Mikimoto. It just, and I mean, they looked really nice, but it's kind of mixed in with really dodgy PlayStation 2 era 3D, which kind of spoiled it a lot. I don't know. And you know, it didn't make huge waves, did it? Like, you don't hear people going, "Holy shit, Cabaneri! Do you remember Cabaneri? What that was anime of the year." Like, no one really seemed to give a shit. So maybe it's just us. Maybe it's just us that want that kind of art style back. Maybe most of the anime watching public literally don't give a shit. I don't know. Yeah, I actually like the 3D in Bebop, is the weird thing. Like, I thought it didn't clash too much because the 3D stuff was kind of like in Macross Plus, where it was for stuff. It was for weird like portal effects and whatnot, so I didn't mind too much, I guess. Upload a video of something you mashed out on a keyboard yourself. It doesn't have to be music. See if they copyright claim it and then hit them back. Oh, they totally would. They'd be like, yeah, we own that. We own that. We've owned that for 10 years, that tune. Tron is a very good isekai, yeah. Yeah, Slayers is the one with, it's weird, like, depending on what Slayers show you're watching, it's either Lena Inverse and her sidekick with the huge boobs, or you can watch a different Slayers show, which is Lena Inverse and her sidekick who's the tall guy with the blonde hair. But yeah, oh, it's good stuff. Yeah, I didn't mind it. The 3D stuff in Bebop, and I think in Macross Plus it worked really well as well because it wasn't used for real things. It was used for simulation things, for computer screen displays and things like that. Whereas now, you know, your 2D animated character walks out of a building and gets into a 3D car, and it just looks horribly jarring. And it's not like a good 3D car either. It's a early PlayStation 2 rendered 3D car. Like I say, I've been watching Macross Delta, and all the cars are just 3D in that, and they're pretty bad. There's the Macross in it is 3D, and it just it doesn't hold a candle to that really nicely drawn Macross in Do You Remember Love, Macross Plus, Macross 2. It has no sense of scale to it. Like, the original Macross looked huge. It looked like a massive thing. And this one just looks like a 3D model sitting there. And I don't know why. I don't know why. I can't explain why it doesn't seem big. Oh yeah, they always are, aren't they? Yeah. I guess they just use them from the same asset library or whatever. Oh, you'd love Macross. Start with original Macross. My friend Rick is watching original Macross again, and I mean it's 1984, 83, so it's pretty early. And he's watching it with his girlfriend, and she's liking it. She's liking it a lot. And it really isn't the kind of thing that I thought that she would like. But it seems that she's really enjoying it. Yeah, Macross is really good. It's very variable in terms of animation. You'll literally get within the same episode, you'll get a shot that looks like absolute dog shit, followed by like a dogfight that looks like it should be from a movie. It's just bizarre. But I don't mind that at all. In fact, I kind of miss that. Now everything's just dog shit, and there's no good bits. Exactly, yeah. If you like Robotech, then you already like Macross. Except, you know, in Macross there's a lot more depth to it. And the music's fantastic. It's just stop after Macross Dynamite 7 is where it ends. You know, don't watch Frontier, don't watch Zero, don't watch Delta. When it goes digital, just drop it. Like all anime, if it goes digital, drop it. And I mean, technically that means Bebop, because some of Bebop was 98, just when anime was going digital. Most of it's hand-drawn on cells, and they started using Digipaint towards the end, and you can really tell when you're looking, but they tried to make it match as much as they could. Whereas if you watch something from 1999, for instance, when everything's digital paint, it looks pretty nasty. I think for me the biggest holy shit, look at this downgrade in the history of anime. Gonna be a hot take here. It's gonna be a real hot take here. It's if you watch an episode of Dragon Ball Z and then watch an episode of Dragon Ball Super, like you can't believe. It's just insane. The change in quality is just insane. I don't watch Dragon Ball Super, but I watched like 1 or 2 episodes at the start just out of interest, and I've seen clips of it, and it's just, oh, really? Is this the best you can do? I guess if people, because you know, sometimes I forget that I'm super, pardon me, super fixated on artwork. That's why I got into anime, because the art was really good. And you know, it was stories and whatnot second. Mostly it was the art. But if people just like fighting and they want to see more Vegeta and Goku, then I guess, because it is really popular, isn't it? Super, like people do like it. And I'm always just thinking to myself, like, how can anyone like this? It just looks so shit compared to Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. But I mean, I guess they just don't really, they don't see the artwork. They're just kind of like, well, you know, this guy's got spiky hair, he looks like Goku, and they're fighting and whatnot, and all our favourite characters are in it. And I guess if that's the criteria you need to meet for it to be a success and make money, then I guess that's it. Why bother putting it? But I mean, they did take some risks though with the Broly movie. They made it look like it was like the art style was completely different and much better, I thought. I mean, it still didn't look as good as a Dragon Ball Z movie, but I mean, it looked a hell of a lot better than Super or the Super movies. Yep, they want that power scaling. I mean, at some point it just becomes a little bit silly, power scaling. I'm sure everyone already knows this. This isn't even telling anyone anything new, but how much more powerful do you need to get after the Frieza saga? I mean, if Goku shoots a Kamehameha on low level and it accidentally hits the ground, it'll destroy the Earth. And that's you know, that's like the Frieza saga. After that, there's Cell and Boo, and then there's Super, and I guess he fights some actual gods or whatever in Super. And like, you know, how powerful? If he sneezes, does he actually accidentally destroy the Earth now? So yeah, power creep is, yeah. I mean, there's a reason why Toriyama wanted to end it at Frieza, I think. Okay, what I'm gonna do, new layer, I'm gonna trace this, if I can. I'm gonna do this, because I'm sick of redrawing it every time. That'll save us a little bit of time. But it's diminishing returns because the line is getting fuzzier each time I move it, which is a problem with raster, and if this was vector, that would have remained completely smooth. Yeah, sort this out. What are my thoughts on the animation industry? I mean, it's all 3D, isn't it now? In the West it's all 3D, and in Japan there's 2D, but everyone's paid so poorly that it's gonna eventually just become like the West and go full 3D, just outsourced to sweatshops in China and Korea, I guess. So a bit of a black pill, I guess. The second one today. I'd like to see it change, but I don't think we're ever going to get a golden age again. But at the same time, as pissed as I am about that, there's still so much anime from the 80s that I haven't watched. You know, I still haven't watched all of Wataru or something like that. Well, I haven't seen Saint Seiya. I haven't watched, what is it, Hajime no Ippo? There's just, I haven't seen City Hunter. There's so many long-running 80s classics that look really good that I haven't seen. So, you know, I could just watch those. But I understand the whole fear of missing out thing, though. I do feel it. I try and watch anime that's currently airing because I don't want to completely just, you know, become a hermit and disappear into my 80s cave. I mean, what if something really good comes out? There's always a chance. And even if stuff doesn't look as good as I want it to, you know, there still might be something like Konosuba that I really enjoyed. Or, what is it? Interspecies Reviewers, obviously. Masterpiece. Masterpiece. It is a strange time to be streaming, yeah. Have you done illustration animation in vector programs? When I was in Australia, they tried to get me to switch to Toon Boom because everyone, you know, that's what the studio was using, and that's a vector program, but I was terrible with it. I was terrible at using the fill tool with it. Like, it was just, I didn't get on with vectors at all, and vectors just look really, they look too clean. But that said, that Dragon Ball Broly movie, they used some kind of filter on the lines to make them look like they were drawn with ink. So obviously there is a way to do it. If you don't like the crisp look, which I'm not a big fan of, like when I, hold on, I'll show you. This is what I want. This is what I want my anime to look like. Let me see. What's a good screenshot? Yeah, so I want my anime to look like this. Where every single line has different weight, look. You're just not really gonna get that in vector. It just doesn't, I mean, look at, it's thick there, it's thin there, it's almost, it's non-existent there, then it's, and this was just like part of the property of drawing with ink on a cell. And if you look at any anime now, all of the lines are just uniform width, and they just don't look like that anymore. And this is what I want. I want to see my ink scratches, damn it. And obviously my stuff doesn't look that good either, but I'm trying to, there are things I'm trying to do to fix that. Like I apply a post-processing effect after I finish shading, which roughs up the lines a bit and gives them some scratches and things, which I'm hoping will make a difference. Oh, that was Gundam 0083. Arguably the best looking Gundam of all time. Like every shot, just a random shot, you can just go to anywhere in 0083 and just take a screenshot, and everything's just so good. Like that would be like the high point of a show for most shows, but that's just a random shot in 0083. And like there's reflections in the visors as well, and crazy stuff like that. And look at that! Look at the shading on that guy's hand. So good. It's just easily one of the best looking shows that I've ever seen in my life. So if you take one thing away from this stream, chat, I mean, look at that. Ooh. Go and watch 0083. You don't need to have seen any Gundam to watch it. You don't need to have seen any Gundam. It's a standalone thing. I hear Grease Pencil is good. Yeah. I hear the Grease Pencil is meant to be really good. That is Stardust Memory 0083. Should probably call it by its name. It's probably less complicated though, less confusing. Indeed, yeah. I mean, it was an OVA, so it would have been more expensive by far than a TV show. But, I mean, the fact that something like that could be made is just crazy. I don't see anyone greenlighting something that looks like that these days. I don't know how much it would have cost. Also, the interpolation is finished. Shall we take a look at it? Let's take a look at the interpolation. So, here's what it looks like normally. This is 16 frames per second. So it's a pretty simple shot. Let's see what let's see what it did to it. This is gonna look absolutely bizarre, isn't it? Are you ready for this? Oof! Oh, it's weird. Oh, it's so weird. Wow, it's handled it better than I thought it would, though, actually. It's so bizarre. It's as slippery as Neil. Slippery as Neil. What do you think? What do you think, chat? So let's do it frame by frame, because my issue is, so here's the normal version. So if we do this frame by frame. So the eye goes from there to completely closed, yeah? How is it going to interpolate that? Because it doesn't have the artificial intelligence to know that that's an eye and know what it's meant to do. So I'm guessing that at bits like this we're just going to get a mass of pixels, yeah? And bits like this, I think it's moving, that is moving too far between there and there. So will it be able to do it? Or is it just going to be a pixelated mess? Let's have a look. So here's our smooth as butter weird shit. Oh, it's a shame Jackie's not here. He wanted to see this. Alright, so frame by frame. Let's full screen it. Pretty good so far. I'm not seeing any weird artifacts. But then you get up here, look, and it starts warping up here. it can't do the basic movement of these bits, so it's just kind of smearing them. They look pretty nasty, so we'd have to, let's say we did want to make it 60 frames per second, we live in some bizarre hellscape and I actually want to do this, I'd have to go in there and clean up every single one of those frames manually by hand. It's not doing that down here for some reason. It's able to, oh it is, no, it is smearing it a bit though. But let's see how it deals with that eye that we were talking about. Right, so that's good, that's good, that's good. Okay, yeah, so it just kind of smears it. That's not bad though. I mean, I'd have to fix it up. But that's not too bad. Oh, it's so weird. It's so weird. Yeah, there's a lot of face warping, although that's not really the problem. That's not the fault of the program, that's the fault of my my keyframes. Like the face is just weird, which you don't notice so much on this one because it's a what you'd consider a normal frame rate for anime, I guess. Like it's, wow, it looks so jerky after that 60 FPS. It looks so jerky. But yeah, the 60 FPS one is just wrong. I mean, look at it, it's just wrong. I don't know how to describe it. It just looks wrong. Anyway, that was an interesting experiment. Yeah, something uncanny valley about the motion. If you process the animation plate without background, yeah. I was thinking of a similar thing. Like I'd do it on just like a red background or something, so it didn't have as much visual noise to confuse it with. But yeah, that's 60 FPS. So what you could do in theory is animate something completely at 8 frames per second. Then stick that in the program, interpolate it to double that, so you get double the frames, and it would now run at 16 frames per second, which is what I'm practically doing this one at. So you could, if it was used right, you could save some time. It could help with in-betweens. And I imagine in the future, as AI gets better, and you know, we get closer and closer to Skynet, computers will probably help a lot with in-betweens. I mean, they help, they don't help, they actually do, don't they? Motion tweens for vector stuff. But in terms of, you know, drawing an in-between from scratch, from 2D drawings, yeah, it's getting there, it's getting there. It's just people have to get over this 60 FPS meme, I think, because it just looks weird. When you see people interpolating Akira scenes to 60 FPS, it's not right. Like, it was meant to be 24 FPS. Yeah, you need to be Richard Williams, I think. inconspicuous things outside the lines. Look at some of these. Horrible. Gonna have to fix that up. Yeah, I've heard about that. Apparently it's turned on by default on a lot of TVs. I would not want to, you know, turn on Netflix and start watching, 'cause they've got a lot of Gundam on Netflix. Wouldn't want to start watching, you know, the Gundam movie 1 or whatever, and it's interpolated it on the TV. 24 FPS should be your upper limit goal, I think. I mean, if it's good enough for 1960s Disney movies, then I think it's good enough for everyone. There's absolutely no reason why you need to go any higher than that. For games, yeah, but not for animation. I know, yeah. Again, it's best not to think about that stuff. And just don't even think about it, because then you start welcoming the end of the world. Wait till they start getting old anime and like how they used to colorize old black and white movies. They'll be getting old anime and like you won't be able to show it on Netflix in 20 years time unless it's been upscaled to 4K and it runs at 120 FPS. Imagine watching Cowboy Bebop at 120 FPS. It looked just so floaty and weird. But by that time, I think people's brains will be so fried that they won't be able to watch something on because most of Bebop is 12 FPS. It's animated on 2s, and you know, kids just won't be able to, well, not even kids, adults as well, in 20 years time probably. It'll be one of those idiocracy situations where you think it can never be true, and yeah, it just happens. It really has been a real doomer stream, hasn't it? Just like, wow, it's the end of the world, society is collapsing. We've still got a lot to be thankful for. I mean, at the end of the day, we're not starving, we're not cold and thirsty. We're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well. Disgusting. Disgusting. Indeed. Haha. Well, thank you very much for those 5 Australian bucks. I will take those, go down to the bottle-o and get myself a schooner of ale. I don't think you get a schooner at the bottle-o though, do you? That was one of the most fun parts for me about Australia. I had no idea. I had absolutely no idea that there was a different measuring system for drinks. So when they were like, do you want a schooner or what's the other one? There's a schooner and the other. What's the other size? It's 4 English pounds. 1 Australian dollar is 4 English pounds. It isn't, but it should be. Well, technically, I am working on... how to explain it? So, you know the old TIE Fighter game from 1994? Well, a team of highly dedicated fans are remaking it. And they already have, they're still working on smoothing things out. You know, updating it with modern graphics, new voice files, everything. And obviously the opening sequence to the TIE Fighter game is quite old, and so because I love TIE Fighter, I said that I would reanimate the opening completely, and so I've been working on that, although I've had to pause it momentarily to finish this film. But yeah, you can see some stuff. You can see some stuff from it floating around. Been fun animating the Emperor. And Vader, animating Vader as well. Because he's in the intro. Getting his movements right was interesting. But when it's released, people will be able to tell me if I did him justice or not. Yeah, schooners, pints, pony, and then jug. So one's a boat, one's a pint, one's a horse, and then one's a jug. Yeah, have a look at the footage of the game. It's good. It's good. I've played a lot of it. I played it before they patched it though, so the mission where you have to save the Emperor was bugged. And the ship that the Emperor was on always got blown up pretty much before you arrived into the battle, so you couldn't, it was an unwinnable thing. But that has been patched and fixed in the latest release. So yeah, they're basically having to do the whole thing from scratch. They're doing a very nice job. They... I'm not allowed to say. I'm not allowed to say. I don't want to get anyone into trouble. They've got someone redoing the Emperor's lines who's very good. I'll just leave it at that. They did. They really did. LucasArts. I remember the first LucasArts game I ever played was on the Commodore 64, and it was called Rescue on Fractalus. And it wasn't even LucasArts, it was Lucasfilm Games back at that time. And I loved it. I loved that game. Still amazed a game like that ran so smoothly on a Commodore 64. I remember really wanting to play Rebel Assault. This was when it was first released, and full motion video was all the rage because people hadn't really figured out that it was just kind of a... wasn't really much of a gameplay thing in full motion video games back then, but holy shit, Rebel Assault looked good. And it did come out on the Mega CD, but obviously with only 64 colours on screen, it was compressed to hell. So I remember really wanting to play the PC version, but I didn't have a PC, I didn't know anyone with a PC. I haven't heard of that. I always really liked The Dig and Full Throttle. I think it's Full Throttle. I really like that. Because that was my friend in Skegness. He had a PC. He was the only person, he was the first person I ever met with a PC. The only person who had a PC. Everyone else, like me, had consoles. And it was the first time, like, playing Full Throttle. I'm thinking, like, holy shit. We couldn't do this on my Mega Drive. This is insane. Probably could. In fact, yeah, definitely could have done it on the Mega CD. I love the atmosphere of The Dig, and it had multiple endings as well, didn't it? I should do the same. I should really, because I've never actually played it. I've just watched people play it at various points in my life. So I should play it. The Mega Drive was a beautiful machine. Absolutely beautiful, yeah. Like everything, like Sega had this curse though, that they were absolute pioneers and would do everything first. And everyone would watch what they did. And, you know, they'd be able to backwards engineer. And then just like a year or two later, something more powerful than Sega's thing would come out, like with the Super Nintendo. And then, you know, the Sega Saturn, which was, everyone slags off in the West, but was actually ridiculously powerful. It was aimed at 2D, you know, it was a Japanese machine, and all the big stuff at the time were 2D fighting games, and so the Sega Saturn could do arcade perfect conversions of Street Fighter Alpha, Darkstalkers and all of that stuff, and the PlayStation couldn't. The PlayStation couldn't do it. They had to cut frames of animation and various things because it was a 3D machine and not a 2D one. But yeah, people never talk about that. They're always like, yeah, and, you know, insert name of 3D game here, and assume that the Sega Saturn was a massive failure because people in the West didn't play it, but it was huge in Japan. Huge! And, yeah, you only had, what was it? Dark Savior. Dark Savior was only on the Saturn, and that's one of the best RPGs I've ever played. A genius game, that. They did, yeah. So they did that first, and then, yeah, then the Dreamcast came out, and I'm telling you, it was a miracle, that machine. But everyone just kind of memes on it now. Oh, the Dreamcast was such a failure. And then I believe the PlayStation 2 came out, didn't it? And just kind of was way more powerful because it came out later. But, oh, at the time, the Dreamcast was just ridiculous. I think they really learned from the Saturn that people wanted 3D stuff. And so the Dreamcast could just do arcade perfect conversions of any 2D game you could think of. And it could also do 3D really well. And so you had shit like Code Veronica, a Resident Evil game, which was just insane at the time. I remember being absolutely blown away by those graphics. And I think the best graphics in the arcades at the time was Virtua Fighter 3? Virtua Fighter 3, I think. And you have like an arcade perfect conversion on the Dreamcast, which was just unthinkable. Like, I never thought such a thing could happen. It's basically, the Dreamcast was just an arcade machine in your home. But yeah, those were the days. The good old console war days. The Dreamcast had internet stuff. Phantasy Star Online was the first online game that I saw, I think. When was the Dreamcast? Because I used to do a lot of StarCraft, like original StarCraft before Brood War. I used to do a lot of that online. But I think the Dreamcast was the first console with a modem and stuff, and it was really used a lot for Phantasy Star Online. I mean, it had online in the title, didn't it? So. Right, let me turn this. Let me turn the background off. Sort this out. Not sure what happened there. I think there's a few more of those. Like weird bits. No? No, apparently not. Well, that's the thing about any kind of war. You know, that isn't people with guns are shooting at you. If it's a console war, culture war, whatever, just don't take part in it. Play what you like, watch what you like. And don't let people tell you you're a bad person for liking fun things, or not liking the latest thing, I guess. Two bosses. Okay, well, have fun. I'll see you again. Speaking of LucasArts, this is Maniac Mansion, isn't it? Was that their first? Was that their first one? No, this is Zach McCracken, yeah. Which is still LucasArts. Or is it LucasArts? Is it Sierra? I keep getting them mixed up sometimes because both of those names are just kind of synonymous with the point and click genre. Winamp. It really kicks the llama's ass. Right then, how's how's this looking? I'm gonna need to. Just get rid of that. Right then, how are we doing? So the shadow on the nose might be a bit much. I think it, right about here, yeah. So I'm not sure I like that. I might fix that. Indeed, yeah. There's a lot of that these days. The internet and social media has just made arguing a thing. Like it used to be that before the internet, if you argued with someone, you ran the risk of actually having to back it up with physical violence if it got heated. But now anyone can call anyone a retard with no repercussions. So yeah, it's just made everyone more belligerent in general, I think. Which is a shame. Because I really liked, I mean, I really liked, I was going to say, I really liked the internet in the early 2000s. But, like, do I like the internet? I use the internet every second of the day, so I guess I still like the internet. But I don't think it's a case of like anymore. It's just, it's like oxygen now, isn't it? It's just, do you like oxygen? No, not really. It's just something which is necessary. Whereas I used to look forward to going on the internet. My daily life wasn't on the internet, and I used to look forward to going on the internet. Whereas now I wake up and I'm on the internet. Like, I used to really look forward to going on the internet. I used to pay to go on the internet. I'd go down to the library and pay them £1 for an hour on the internet. An hour on the internet? Looking up, like, anime websites and things. Yes, we need a way to make violence real in the digital world. Well, yeah, if you're terminated, if your channel is terminated on YouTube, you may as well be dead. Where are you gonna go? BitChute? Indeed, yeah. It could be. It could be time for Daily Motion to rise from the ashes and become the hero that we need. Oh, I see. I see what happened. So we want to keep that. Oh, 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 oh. Delete that and that, that and that. And all of that. Just want to keep the arm. And then extend that across there like so. But delete, oh, display, delete that and that and that. I think, oh shit, I think that's yeah, that's good then. So now I've just got to shade the slop coming out of this machine. Merge those layers. Alright, yeah, we're making progress. Do you see animations in your head pretty much fully formed? That's an interesting question. I don't know. Do I? Hold on. I'm going to close my eyes and think about it. I'm going to think about animating something, and then I'll see if I see it fully formed in my head. So, I don't know, let's say a fight scene, a guy punching another guy and he goes through a building. Yeah, it's kind of abstract, but I'm pretty much seeing it fully formed. Not with shading though, it's just kind of shapes. But once I get those shapes animated, then I'll know where to put the shading and everything. So I don't have like a color scheme in my head. I don't know what color the sky is or anything. I'm just seeing shapes like moving. So I don't know if that's how it is for other people, but that's I've never thought about that. Thanks for that question. That was, yeah, I've never thought about that before, but I did the experiment and that's apparently how I see things. Well, we've done a bit. we've so yeah, we've done about half, haven't we? We still, obviously, we got the other. Where's the frame? There it is. So we've got the third tone and the highlights to put on yet, but yeah, we made some progress. So I might call it a day there because we've been going for 4 hours. Oh, where we're going, we won't need eyes to see. But yes, thank you for joining me. I think we'll stop there for now, and I'll see you next time when I randomly stream at some random time. Have a good day. Have a good day, everyone. And I can't think of anything else to say, so I guess we'll just go. Shall we just go? Let's just go.